Happy Wednesday, everybody. I hope everyone had a fantastic rest of their Tuesday. I hope you're all having a great Wednesday so far. Today, Eve, thank you so much for 31 months. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the lurk. Kimby, Bad Wolf, Matt, Zelda, FLCL fan, how's everybody doing? If I missed you, good morning and happy Wednesday. We're going to get back to Satisfactory today, which I'm excited about. I'm going to try the plan. The plan is to get trains going today. That was also the plan yesterday. However, I'm actually probably gonna do it today. We'll see. Kay, how's it going? Good morning. So that is the plan. So Satisfactory today. I am off tomorrow. Thursday is my day off for gym and a little lifeboat time tomorrow. And then I'll be back on Friday. Friday for Flex Friday, we're going to do something fun, I think. Maybe. Slowly recovering, hopefully. Twin Guru, how's it going? Choo choo. We're gonna... I really want to get trains going today. That's been my plan for like the last week and a half, so we'll see where we get. We'll see where we get. So... trains are the plan for today. I'm off tomorrow, Friday. We're gonna do something fun. I don't think I really have anything else other than we got our sub goal going. We got merch, sales. Zelda, 46. 40, that's almost 4 years. What do you call a locomotive that keeps sneezing? A choo-choo train. Terrible. Yeah, that's almost 4 years. That's wild. That is wild. I think we're coming up on it'll be, I think maybe next week. Next week, I think, is my 5-year like affiliate anniversary, where the earliest possible subs will take over to 5 years. So that's a long time. It's a long time. Anywho, I think that's all I got. I don't really have much. The new RAM you bought off Amazon wasn't quite new. Oh no, again? FLCO? The stuff you returned, the second order you got was not new either? Who are you? What? Are you using a specific seller, or is it by Amazon? See, this is why I don't like buying tech stuff from Amazon. That right there. That right there. Although, to be honest, Newegg isn't much better these days. To be fair, their third-party stuff is pretty terrible as well. Yeah, Newegg does the same thing. The one advantage that I have, Matt, the one really big advantage that I have with Newegg is that I can will call orders at Newegg. It's a little bit of a drive to their warehouse, but because they warehouse in New Jersey, I can will call and go pick it up in person. And like I did that with a couple of the pieces for this PC. So that's very nice, because then you can look at it and be like, okay, that's new in the box. We're good. Because, yeah, Newegg does the same stuff. Third-party marketplaces, you know. Okay, so let's jump back into Satisfactory. We have a lot of work to do. I want to keep building up. We have a couple more floors that I want to put into the manufacturing plant that we're building. And once I get that up, I think probably one more floor off of that. If you didn't see, we blueprinted some floor pieces, like big sandwiched floor pieces, so we can run cabling and conveyors and stuff in between the floors. So that's what we're going to finish up. I feel a sneeze coming on, but now it's gone. Would have been nice the last time I was building. Yeah, there was a couple things that motherboard, RAM, and the CPU cooler, I will call that at at ooh, now my eyes are watering. Come on, just sneeze. I will call it Newegg. Oh, I hate just. I'm looking at the light. Nothing's happening. Now I'm blind. Zunder, how's it going? Get checked for a pinched nerve? Oh no, I'm sorry. Aleve is a champion for stuff like that. So, yeah. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, we're gonna work on the manufacturing plant. We made some preset pieces in the blueprint maker. I want to do a little bit more of that once I figure out what the floor plan's gonna be. Maybe do some wall pieces and stuff so I can slap those down easier. I do have to grab some materials before we head back over that way. So let's jump into it. The only thing we got going is we are only 50 subs away from completing our sub goal, which would be a year one, a 1 year community center challenge in Stardew Valley, which I've done before. The difference is, number one, I haven't played Stardew in quite a while. Number two, not only do I have to be nice to Clint, but I will install a mod that allows me to marry Clint. Which, I'm really glad Wifeboat's not here this morning, because her reaction yesterday was hilarious when I said that. Patch. If the prefix pro means for and con means against, does that mean Congress is the opposite of progress? Yes. Thank you for the biddies, man. Patch. Oof. I'm a mess today. Okay. I need more silica. I have enough concrete. I have plates. I need steel beams and silica. Okay, we can get that. Pretty easy. I'm gonna have to make some more jet fuel too. Let me grab a couple stacks of silica. And steel plates are gonna be down here. How did you get in my factory, sir? So why is it so dark in here? Okay, I think that should be good. Let's head on back over. If I can get the foundations and everything laid out and set up, get it to the, like, not really necessarily the final height, but like the height where the trains will be coming in, then we can set up, because I think what I'm going to have is one of the floors on that factory is going to be the train level. So that'll be the level that trains come in and unload everything. So it's going to be like a train station level. So we'll have like manufacturing and like constructing and stuff, and then a train level, and then more manufacturing and constructing above it. AMA for bumper. Why do we drive on a parkway and park on a driveway? It's a great question. It all harkens back to the English language being an absolute dumpster fire. That's it. That's it. Check out a new daycare. Not making you happy? Kitty came home with some pretty bad unexplained shin bruises over the weekend. Oh. If she tumbled hard enough to get bruises and you didn't get a call, that's a little... Or they didn't say anything? That's a little sus, as it were. As the kids say. Not something we ever had to deal with, so... hopefully. The Earl of Parkway. See, now that would have been better. Oh! Did I actually run out of... Oh, that's right, because I left this fueled. Oh, word. Okay. I'll have a ton of jet fuel now. Great. Awesome. I should be able to leave that because I overclocked some stuff, so I have the extra production. Alright. Get out of here. Me, pardon me. And here's the factory we're building. Look at that. Look at that. I didn't do any walls on on the front. But we'll get that. We'll get that squared away. So if you missed part of the stream yesterday, this is what we're doing for floor separation. So we have this piece is blueprinted, a 1 meter sandwich around the frame with a Mark II wall mount in the middle of it. So we'll be able to run power in between the floors in this grid work, and then we can plug in machines just from the floor below them, which will be very clean and helpful. So we'll have that. That right now is all around the edges. I'll fill in the rest of the ceiling. Either that or put like wall on the inside and leave this inset for lights and things, but now we were laying out the next level, which will be up here, and then I think one more floor. This was the original planned height for our railroad platforms. So we'll see one more floor will get us up to there, or actually a little bit higher probably. So we'll see where we get. BK Sweet Tea. It's very good and freshly brewed. Well, there you go. That almost makes up for it being just heinous. Blueprint. Boom. Unfortunately can't zoop this blueprint. But it does snap. And here. Like I said yesterday, this is going to take a lot of initial setup, but then it will save us so much work once we get everything going that it'll be very worth it in the long run. Ba-boom. 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 I'm all disheveled this morning. Like my whole morning routine was thrown off. It was like I got up and started my normal morning routine, went through everything as normal, and then Wifeboat had an appointment early this morning. So she was like, "Oh, I'll take the kids to school. I'll drop them off and then just go to the appointment." Which I was like, "Oh, great, cool. I can take it easy this morning," which means that I just didn't do anything. I don't know. I spent the rest of the morning being behind schedule. Like, I don't know why it threw me off so much. Having more time completely broke my brain's ability to process my normal schedule in every way. I just couldn't, I don't know, I couldn't get it together. It was the weirdest thing. Like, I live on routine, and my kids are the same way. They thrive. I mean, kids in general thrive on routine. But because of the way I am, it's extra. Like, they were... Wifeboat is not as punctual as I am. I am aggressively punctual to everything. And that has rubbed off on my kids. they always complain that I always leave early for stuff and that we get places early and things, but then it comes to like 10 minutes before you're supposed to leave and they're freaking out like we gotta go, we have to go. And it's really funny, and it drives Wifeboat absolutely wild. She's like, we don't have to go. We have time. I'm like, no, we don't. We need to leave. And it's great. It makes me happy. Okay. Kids have enough variables they gotta deal with anyway. Yeah. No, kids thrive on routine. Absolutely thrive. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3. So we've got 3 of those. I switched to my vertical mouse today because my my RSI is bothering me. So the middle click is in a different spot. I hit like 4 different buttons. Okay. So 3 of those are reinforced, and then 3 of those. We'll keep that pattern going on the next level. Just to get us up to the right height. Oops. Whoops. So we need that. That's the number one thing. Like, my number one tip for anyone who is a new parent is establish and stick to a routine. Kids thrive on routine. You'd be stunned how much easier it becomes to do things if you do them consistently and regularly over and over again. It can be a little bit of a pain when you're establishing the routine, but once you have it, it's something they understand, it's something predictable, and it's something that they quickly and easily adapt to. It's a huge, huge help. Isendell, how's it going? You don't like routine? Every day is different? See, that's how my wife is. My wife is she's a nurse. So she works overnights, and her schedule every week is different. And she thrives on that. Like, she'll do 3 in a row, 3 nights in a row, be off for 1 night, then do 3 more nights, then off 1, and then do 2, and then off 1, and do 1, and it's just all over the place. It would drive me absolutely wild. I would be inconsolable. But she thrives on that, because what she says is that allows her to enjoy the free time that she gets. She enjoys it a lot more because she knows, like, I only have this 1 day. When you have like a set of multiple days that you're off in a row every week, you kind of plan ahead for them and you don't appreciate them as much. Whereas if you just have a random day here and there that's off, you appreciate that time a lot more. Which I can understand. But that would drive me absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. It's like multiple surprises along the week. I mean, I'm all for a random day off here and there. Like, random days off where you don't have anything planned and suddenly your plans change and you have nothing going on and you can just relax. Those are the best days, but I can't do that consistently. I cannot. No, I cannot. I cannot have that be my life. I need consistency. I need control. I don't know if you all know this about me, but I have a small, teeny tiny control problem. Ads, what's going on? Tube transport? Maybe eventually, but not right now. Not at the moment. Ooh, that didn't line up. Let's go from this way. There we go. So you can autopilot through stuff. Yes, that's... I don't need to think about things. Stop it. I don't want to think. Thinking is bad. Why is this not... Alright, hang on, let me do it this way. Let me get that guy out of there. We've got that. So then I need to do... So I do that, right? And then one right below it. And then remove the top one. And then I can put that sandwich piece on top of that. Right? These stairs are just for me to work on, ads. They're not going to stay. I'm out of pipes. Or iron bars. I'm also going to need plates. Went through a lot of concrete too. What does that take? Yeah, so I'm gonna need pipes. I gotta go get pipes. Okay, so then let's get this started and then we'll come back to it. Why are you not? Stop. Don't do this again. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oh, that's not... no, I can break it down, though. Alright, so let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. I need to go in one. Oops. Up here. Up here. Up here. Up. Here. There we go. Okay. I'm bringing that in one from the edge. This whole way up. Because that'll allow me a walkway down on the outside of it. Boop, boop. As well as most of the equipment and stuff is not going to be directly against the edge. So that brings those power lines a little bit more towards the middle. I may end up going back and dropping a stripe of these down the middle. That's why I'm leaving the middle open. I'm probably going to do rows of them going across. I don't want to do the entire ceiling with these sandwich pieces because that would be very expensive. But do as much as we can. And then I can always go back and backfill as we actually get like material in here. put the walkway over here. And then these corners, I'm going to have access spots. You know what? Let's do... How did I do the one below? I did a corner piece and then that. Okay. Oops. Doc, what's going on, buddy? Happy Wednesday. Oh, no iron rods. Alright. So that'll go there. That'll dip us down into the access way. So this will be... These are all Mark II. So we'll have an entire string of those. So we'll actually be able to bring those up through the floor and down through the ceiling if we have to. And I'll probably end up... Plus we can run conveyor belts through here as well if we need to. Plus... Having it on the inset, on this outside, we can also run a whole bunch of belt lines as well. Hopefully a nice relaxing day. That sounds great. That's what my Thursdays are. I'm so excited for tomorrow. So probably end up running a band of these prefab blueprints across. Like doing a couple rows of them. Just to allow more... to get more access and more power to different machines as we get there. Alright, I gotta go get iron bars. Meep! A board meeting. Oh, fun. You misspelled board. But that's... It literally does nothing but add style, but I like it. Okay. Let's go get some iron rods. But I think that's going to look nice. I need to put a wall up there, but... I think that's going to end up looking nice. And we'll keep going with height. And see where we get. Zeno, good morning. Happy Wednesday, buddy. Doing? Why did I take fall damage there? That was weird. A lowly staff member, so you don't really have to pay attention. Or have your camera or mic on. That's something at least, right? It's really awkward. We had a, back when, probably like 4 months into COVID, right around when the fall, when school was going to get back into session in the fall of 2020, our old school district had a big, like, Zoom meeting, to go over, like, what was going on, because they were starting the school year remote, and then they were looking at transitioning, but they were going to keep remote options open through at least Christmas, and then like decide what to do from that. It ended up being the entire school year was remote, but so it was a big Zoom meeting, and they said, like, please have if you're going to have questions or anything, if you just want to listen in, that's fine. But if you think you're going to have questions or anything, please have a camera on so we know who we're talking to and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, fine. So I had my camera on, and I was in my old office with my whole streaming setup. So I joined the Zoom meeting, and there's, 200-300 people in there. And I was one of the only people with a camera on it. And I got so many questions from so many parents, like, going to do the school run after that. It was pretty funny. Jube, what's going on? Oh, the rods are up there. Why did I come down here? It was so awkward Because, like, I don't tell any of the parents, like, what I do. Just say, like, oh, you know, I do some online stuff. You basically refuse to use your camera at work. It's totally fair. Like, yeah, you know, do some computer stuff, you know, here and there, little IT stuff. All about cameras, you just don't care. Am I going? Did I go through all that quick wire? Ooh, I should grab more quick wire. How much quick wire does that blueprint take? 8. Alright, let me grab another stack of, I'll grab another stack of this and another stack of beams. Secret identity tug, Hannah Montana style. Yeah. I've had that, like, I've had several, like, repeated, sat down with my kids. Like, you cannot tell the kids at school what I do. Like, you cannot tell your friends what I do. You cannot tell them what my username is. You cannot tell them, like, any of that. Like, that is not something that needs to be shared. Like, I don't need middle schoolers hunting down my channel. Like, that's something I've known a couple teachers who stream, and every single I've met, I think, 3 teachers now that teach full time and then they stream at night, and every single one of them has been found by their kids. Every single one. No matter how much they distance it, they never talk about it, they get found. It's wild. I know it'll happen at some point. I don't want it to happen, so I'm trying to make it let it last as long as possible. Do OnlyFans stuff? Yeah. You see, FLCL, that implies that any of them would even know what that is. So many of the parents that I have talked to over the years have completely shut themselves out from, like, any form of progressive technology. They just become, like, they force themselves. They become Luddites by choice because they just don't want to engage with it, and they think, like, oh, that's for children, so I'm not going to do that stuff anymore, and it's wild. Oh, you're streaming. Is that why my phone was buzzing a whole bunch? Listen. Daunt sent me a very, very, very creepily uncomfortable TikTok. Like, molding silicone doll hands. It was so weird. It was really uncomfortable. It was hilarious, but weird, really, really uncomfortable. Hi, Dawn. Dolls are creepy, yes. Yeah, cutting separation of the fingers was not something that I was expecting. At what time did I see it? Like, Tarna, how's it going? Good to see you again. What time did I see that? It was like 5:30 a.m. that my alarm went off, and I was just, like, staring at my phone. Darth Saint, how's it going? Could have done without the doll hands description. It was like, so it's like silicone molded doll hands, so they're still, like, they look almost like old person creepy-ish, like the nails haven't been done completely, and they had to separate the fingers, so they're slowly slicing apart. It's separation of the fingers is your ska cover band. Nice. It's the title of my Fallout Boy cover album. You found it calming. You would. You would. There. Okay, let me go this way. This is taking so much work, but it's going to be worth it in the end, I think. How are the trains doing? We're getting there. I'm building up this factory. This is going to be my manufacturing plant. That right there is the level I anticipated needing trains. So we can essentially use this level as our train station, I think. Will it manufacture trains? That would be really cool if you could do that. Like, a train station that makes more trains. Right? Doot. 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 Slowly but surely coming along. Very slowly. Katybot, how's it going? Exhibit intensified. You know what I was thinking about? I was talking to somebody the other day, Zunder. Do you think any of those Pimp My Ride cars are still on the road today? I'm genuinely curious. Because they'd be like more than 10 years old at this point. And none of those cars were in great shape to begin with. Like, do you think somebody, like, they sold it and somebody got it secondhand and they, like, run to the grocery store and just, like, stuff their groceries in a drained fish tank? Like, permanently garaged as showpieces? Who would want to show them, though? Like, this stuff wasn't even well done. That's the best part. I saw, the conversation started because, they sent me a clip of a stand-up comedian saying Exhibit needs to start a new show. He needs to make a comeback. He needs to make a new show where he goes around and finds the people that he pimped their rides, apologizes, and buys them a new car. That's the show. It's closer to 20. Why are you like this, you know? Why are you like this? That's not nice. That's just not nice. You'd watch that? I think it would be pretty funny. I would imagine at this point Exhibit needs work. Because I don't think his rap career kept going. Let's pretend it was only 10 years ago. Ugh. I don't like time. Time is not fun anymore. You meant actually paid work? Yeah. That. I mean, I can only imagine that he retired on the Pimp My Ride money, you know? Aren't you glad you walked in at this point in the conversation, Wifeboat? Ma'am, don't yell at me because Mom's home. Don't yell at me because... Ma'am? Ma'am? He was on the show Empire, was he, Reformer? Hi, we're getting an early visit from Penny. His Wifeboat walked in and now she's mad at me. Because mom didn't come over and give you big hugs and kisses immediately. Because she's a mean, terrible person. And you just wanted to ham it up for the camera. You wanted to ham it up for the camera. Hold on. Hold on. I know. Oh, okay. We're gonna nap. What's happening? She's trying to make you jealous. That's why she's staring at you also. Family friendly. Family friendly. Does she play tug of war? Oh yeah. With her pigs. Where's your pigs? Where is Dr. Hamilton Pigglesworth? And Miss Pamela Hamela? And Officer Porker Parkins? Kiss you? No, I will give you kisses! Hi, Perny. Cynical, how's it going? Don't you censor wife, though. Dawn's getting offended. Chaz, how's it going? Good to see you. Hi. Have a kiss? Excuse me. Can I have a kiss? Don't side-eye me. Have a kiss? Have a kiss? Have a kiss? Excuse me. Ma'am? Rude. 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 Are you ready to go? Do you want to see if mom got you anything at the store? Good. Give me a kiss. Alright. Nothing for Penny. Oh, Mom. Not me. So much floof that is now stuck in my scruff. Much floof, many wows. But I don't stream. Welcome in. Okay. From a good 10 meters away while being tightly held on a leash. Yeah. Yeah. The reactive twins. The most helpful command ever. You're welcome, Paint. Penny and one of Daunt's dogs, who's hyper reactive and a little bit of an idiot. Nothing about her being a key sound, just the Bork emote 47 times. Can you count? It's way less than 47. There aren't many helpful things in here. That's kind of the point. I'm not here to be helpful. I'm here to be incredibly entertaining. It's at least 82. Why? Oh, I gotta go from the bottom to the top. That's why. Will I start doing that? What? Being helpful? Why would I start being helpful? It sounds like a terrible time. Oh, being very entertaining? I'm always very entertaining. Wifeboat says she should have her own show. I think chat all agrees with you. They would much rather watch your show than mine. Family friendly, again. Mm-hmm. You are a delight. Exclamation point merch. You can get a I'm a delight mug, shirt, hat. Because Wifeboat is, above all else, a delight. Would watch Wifeboat, yes. She does think she's hilarious. Might wear your Wifeboat shirt tonight, in fact, Zunder. Okay. I need a little... I was doing the metal half walls on these for style, right? And that'll be an exterior stripe. No, not that. That. Whoa! Almost out of gas. Okay. Waits for a Wifeboat to start streaming on her own channel. It's been discussed. I don't know what she said after. First of all. So, there's a wee bit of a reaction there. That might have gone too far. Nope. Don't know if if Twitch's terms of service would allow that. That is fair. That's also fair. You don't want to stream in a hot tub? That thought has crossed my mind. Not you in a hot tub, me in a hot tub. Oh, okay. Glad we're on the same page. If they let LaFay stream, Wifeboat should be fine. But LaFay is like... I don't think you understand. LaFay is like weekday. Is like a weekday version of White. Yeah, it's like... if Grandma came over to dinner, that's Wifeboat as LaFay. Normal Wifeboat, that's what we call danger. Okay, so that little, I don't know if that even shows up on stream, but this little thing right here, there's a light right there. That's where I need to get the stuff for aluminum from, and that's where the train's gonna run from. So, put Penny in a hot tub, you'll be millionaires. Penny would love a hot tub, to be honest. She loves being in the water. She loves water. What are you talking about? Yeah. LaFay and Wifeboat in the same stream? I don't know if that would work well, because LaFay would be overwhelmed by the presence of Wifeboat. That's just what happens. Just buy that house with a toilet in the middle of the room and install a hot tub. That house sold for over asking paint. Just throwing that out there. It also had a gas leak, an active gas leak. And when we called the realtor, he was like, yeah, I know, it's fine. No, it's not. No, it's really not. Because capitalism. Yeah, basically. Okay. Trains. I need a train station. Train stations are large. So we're gonna go this way. I don't know how these work. At all. So we're gonna figure this out. We put a train station right here. Look at that. Ba-boom. We have a train station. So then what if I put another train station going the other way over on this side? Why do you need two? Why don't I need two? I have no idea, Doc. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wondering if I have the room, and I do. Okay. Because if I can run two trains on counter loops, basically, I think it'll work. As long as they're on split tracks and don't run face first into each other. Should be fine. I will need a freight platform. Must be placed in line with another train. I have a train station. You talk? Oh. Oh. So like that. Okay. Then tell you everything I did wrong? I mean, that's literally my stream, so I don't know. Fun with train signals, a tugboat story. I don't know how to take that. Alright, I wanted to spread those out, so I put an empty platform in. Look at that. Boom! Oh, that's backwards, though. Freight platform. Here. Outbound. That way. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. We want to unload here. Because I need to make sure that's set up correctly. Okay. So we've got that. That takes that and that. Locomotive. Oh, I need a heavy reinforced frame. I can do a freight car. Empty platform with catwalk. Oh, I should do that. Hang on, let's get rid of this empty platform. Do empty platform with catwalk. Yeah, there we go. Because then I can use the catwalk all the way. Nice. Train signals would be quite hilarious to watch. Okay. I do want to change the coloration of my trains and stuff. So let's do swatch 12. Make it yellow. Yeah, that works. Okay. Now there's actual trains happening. I promised trains. Well, there's a train station. There's no actual train yet. Let's not get too excited. Okay, so I need to get there, which is going to take a lot. Put me on the big TV today. Wow. Wow. I feel special? You have to be calm. I apologize in advance, Doc. Because that's not going to happen. Okay. I got to figure out exactly how the railway snaps. Okay. So this just has to be touching a... I'm going to aim for that split, and then we'll go there. This is going to take a while. But then I should be able to... dismantle this stuff. Okay. So if I leave that there, I can make that a pillar. Hang on one second. Let me just refill my coffee super fast. Be right back. Okay. Scotch, how's it going? Good to see you, by the way, if I didn't say hi to you. Trains, trains, trains. Head empty, only trains. This is accurate. The bigger the trains get, the longer the platform needs to be in order to properly load and unload. I think at the moment I'm only going to have one freight car. But also I might have a second line. My main issue right now is that I don't have I don't have any idea how they actually function, so I'm going to have to, like, figure it out. Drongo! Why are you still up? You forgot a raid mess. No one expected anything other than that. Drongo, thank you so much for the raid, buddy. Welcome everybody from Drongo's stream. My name is Doug. I'm playing some Satisfactory. It's my first time playing since Update 3. They're now on Update 7, almost to Update 8. So much has changed. I don't know what I'm doing. Which doesn't really change the fact of anything else that I've done in my life. But hey, here we are. And here's some of my factories. So, welcome in, everybody. If you've never seen Satisfactory before, it's an absolutely fantastic game. It's on sale right now on Steam, 40% off. I cannot recommend it enough. Drongo, thank you so much for the raid, buddy. If you were in my stream before the raid and you don't know Bloody Drongo, he drinks from shoes. I'll just leave it at that. Hi, everybody. Here's Briere, thank you so much for 15 months. Coffee drinking simulator. Yeah. Drongo made me drink from a shoe. That's... Maybe we should get, like, bumper stickers or something. You know? Something shoey. Yeah, pretty much. How was your stream, buddy? What were you up to today? Have you been playing, Contraband? Because that game looks wild. I'm trying not to buy it right now, but that game looks incredible. Looks like a lot of fun. Shoes that he was wearing before, not new shoes, and not Das Boot. Yeah, no. When I did it, it was out of a Samba. Did some Zomboid and Albion Online. Oh, nice. Albion Online looks really interesting. I was watching, yesterday? I don't know, time is a construct. Michelle was playing yesterday, I think she was playing Albion. I was checking some of that out. Because that looks interesting. I still haven't tried out Zomboid either. Dedicated pair of shoes? It's dedicated now. I gave up drinking, so I had a protein shake out of my Samba. Which, let me tell you, does not leave the shoe in good condition afterwards. So, If you're just coming in, I'm trying to figure out how trains work. So I'm building trains. Dads at their kids' football games? Yeah. Got a bunch of sponsored stuff with them at the moment. Ah, okay, cool. That's awesome. Guild of the Shoey. Oh. I don't know what I expected. That, actually, that's what I expected. Alright, let me give, I gotta go get some more, heavy reinforced frames or whatever. Let me show you what we got going on. Perny, thank you for gifting Drongo a sub. Drongo, welcome back. Enjoy your emos. This is our under construction factory right now. This is going to be my final assembly plant for aluminum and stuff. I have my train station's going to be up there. I'm running out of jet fuel. Hang on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Get it? Okay, we're good. So this is going to be my final assembly plant. I'm taking my time in building it out. I have a blueprint of this flooring, so it's 2 pieces sandwiched with metal frame in between and electrical running through it so that I can conduit some electrical through what will be the floor. So I'll be able to plug stuff in from the floor and make the wiring look a lot cleaner, and I'll be able to drop down conveyor belts and run them in between the floors as well to keep everything looking clean and tidy, which is not what most of my factories look like. Because trains can't turn very sharply. That's probably why. And you can't really, like, feed it through the world very easily. So it's a lot easier just to put it up in the sky. At least for me. So this is one of my power plants. This is my primary power plant at the moment. I have an oil tap, and it gets refined and turned into fuel, and we have 20 fuel plants here that are running. So there's 10 down here, there's 10 more on this floor, and then I have plastic production on the top using the excess, which goes up, the polymer excess from making the fuel. You hate how nice this looks? I made it look nice just for you. Just for you, Don. And then this building over here is my rubber plant. So we have more oil. We have a couple oil tapped. That's coming into here. So we're making rubber, and then heavy oil residue is the remnant from making rubber. That gets the heavy oil residue, comes out of these refiners that make the rubber, and that actually gets shipped up to some refiners that turn it into fuel, and then that fuel gets piped back down to here into 10 more fuel power plants. Factorio players, so you don't care for the environment. Yeah. You always squish it all in. Yeah, like hyper compact stuff is really fun. I don't know if you've played recently, but there is a blueprint maker now. So like I have in my blueprints, I have a hyper compact 4/4 smelter arrangement that I made, so I can just slap it down wherever I need it, which is really nice. Super duper helpful. And you don't have enough space. Yeah, I've just kind of started like spreading everything out. So the rubber feeds down. This is the manifold for the incoming oil. Here, the rubber feeds down into all of these mergers and splitters and fills up these containers. Once these containers are full, I have a smart splitter here that will send the overflow. So once this backs up, once all those are full, it'll send the overflow into a smart sink here to get rid of. I haven't played it since update 2. Yeah, I hadn't played since update 3. So there's so much new stuff. So many new window designs. There's roofs, which are really, really awesome. We messed around with that yesterday. We put a roof on this factory because I had just left it open pretty much. Also, there's a jetpack now, which just makes traversal incredibly fun. So up here, this is the heavy oil residue getting processed here, and then that ships back down there. But basically, I just made a glass greenhouse roof on the top floor here. So I have room here. We're probably going to fill this with batteries to have some power backup, because I'm generating so much power at the moment that I'm not consuming. So, but you can actually make one of the things that I didn't, as much as I enjoyed the mechanics of the game when I first started playing it, one of the things that I didn't like is all you could really do is make boxes. But now there's like metal beam pieces, so you can add just decorative supports. There's a lot more decorative and modifiable items that can make you get creative in how you have your buildings turn out. So it's a lot of fun because you can make some stuff that ends up looking pretty good. This is the leftover of my original oil production. So this is just making plastic and rubber that's shipping off via a tractor that's driving up to my space elevator and the monstrosity of my original factory that I'm going to get rid of. Happy National Goof Off Day. Does that need its own day, Mags? Also, hi, Mags. Stop making up days. Also, since Update 3, this is the Spire Coast. The map, almost every section of the map has been gone over again and made even more beautiful. It is stunning in every way. The other thing that they added, probably my favorite update to the game since I've played last, which I think just came in Update 7, is they changed mob aggro. So instead of everything attacking you, you have 3 options, which is standard, everything attacks you if you get near it, retribution, which is what I have on, where they won't bother you unless you bother them, and then pure passive, so you can attack stuff with impunity and harvest their bits and whatnot without having to worry about it. So you can just go explore and not have to worry about getting murdered by mobs when you're exploring the map, which is awesome. Did I say harvest their bits? Yes, I did. Okay, I need heavy modular frames, which I'm making over here. Yes. Yeah, the coffee cup is great. The coffee cup is the best part. And when you click, you drink from it, which is even better. Harvest bits. Yeah, that's the blueprint maker. So anything that you build inside of that cube, you can save and then reconstruct with one click, which is awesome. If you were making national days, every day would be National Garlic Bread Day. That's fair. You know, that's fair. I can't fault you there, Mags. Okay, I have those. What do I need for railways? I'm going to need more steel beams and more steel pipes for the railways. So we'll grab more of that. I have the frames. I am going to need computers. And I think I'm good on everything else. I'll grab some concrete as well. Let me grab a couple computers. Oops. Just one stack of computers. And concrete. I'm going to go grab over here. Alternate National Garlic Bread Day and National Warm Soft Pretzel Day. That's not a bad shout either, FLCO. That big green beacon over there is where I want to get my train to. So. Tarna, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. Chocolate chip cookie day? Every Friday. Let's make every Friday's chocolate chip cookie day. Right? And then we can alternate soft pretzel and garlic bread day. National warm soft. Stop it, Dawn. Don't be crude. You made Moipo giggle, which tells you exactly where your humor is going. This was my original factory, if you can't tell from the absolute monstrosity of spaghetti that's going everywhere. All of this will eventually go away and be shipped off to the building that I'm building. Hopefully. Giggle like a pixie. What are you doing? Friday's omelet day? I think Sunday would be a better omelet day. For me, anyway. Mission accomplished. You have banana chocolate chip cookies downstairs? Why would you ruin a chocolate chip cookie with a banana? Why? Have we played with hypertube cannons? I haven't on this save, Huberto, but I have done hyper cannons on previous saves. Way back when. Why would you ruin banana with chocolate chip cookies? That's the wrong way around. I'm gonna need some copper sheets. I don't have any copper. What are copper sheets being used for? Where's that going? Wait. What are copper sheets being used for? Why do I not have any copper sheets on hand? You're being used for circuit boards. Oh, okay. How did I go through all of that? Well, why would you ruin chocolate with biscuit dough? Omelette, you have Sunday as National Omelette Day? Yeah. Gurgi, how's it going? Banana and chocolate works? No. Sunday is French Toast Day. Also a good shout. Also a good shout. Well, we could just make Sunday National Breakfast Food Day. You know? Be helpful if your scanner can be used to find products and not just nodes. Ooh, that's actually a great idea for a mod, Twin Guru. Love a good French toast? Yeah. At the airport to fly home? Have a safe flight, Gurgi. Sunday is egg-related cooking day. If you get chocolate on your banana, maybe you should turn on a light. Stop it. Bananas are the worst food in the world. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. Dismantle mode? Oh yeah, that's fair, Huberto. It's not a bad shout. That's not a fact? No, it's a fact. You know what's funny is I'm wearing banana socks at the moment that my kids got me for Father's Day a couple years ago. Because they're mean. Bananas or raisins? Raisins have their place. Bananas have no place anywhere. Are you saying that durian is better than bananas? Yes. Durian? That fruit that smells like actual garbage? It still smells better than bananas. Yep. Yeah. Raisins are an abomination? I mean, they're not great, but they have their place. Unlike bananas. Sendin, how's it going? Good to see you. I beg, listen. I wanted to get a head injury. Bad abs, how's it going? Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 years, so coffee mugs are 20% off on my merch store, if you're interested. If you have interest, they be on sale. Alright, we'll get rid of that guy and that guy. I need another one that's like right under it. That one. Okay. And yeah, 49 more subs to force me to marry Clint. Oh. It's terrible. Absolutely atrocious. Oh wait, that's... No. Yeah, that's only one. Okay. I will always ruin fun if it means no feet. Will I be the big spoon or the little spoon when you cuddle with Clint? Nope. Nope. I'm gonna leave that unanswered for my own sanity. Both be FLC. No, I'm not okay. Thank you for asking, though. When's the last point that I was okay? Do you know? Because I don't. Alright. I want to make sure I dismantle this as I'm going, because... I don't want to have to run back through. You should probably go to bed, but that requires moving. You can always just close your eyes and relax. And let the mood take you. Fa, what's going on? Good to see you, buddy. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're doing well. No, I'm gonna do that one. Trying to figure out which... Yeah, we'll leave that one. Okay. There. There. Not even a good one. One of those kind of small bowls that are too wee for good cereal amount and not deep enough for good pasta. Just useless, kind of. It's so specific. Ash, how's it going? Olgas. Thought it was Thursday. Oh no. That's terrible. Party. Thank you for gifting Fa a sub. Fa, welcome back. The railroad track is too short. Your face is too short. This is gonna take a while. Oh boy. You hate useless bowls? Apparently. It's good to good to note. Okay. So there. It is Thursday. No, it is Wednesday. Galadies, what's going on? I thought this was going to take a while as the selling point of this game. You're not wrong. That's not incorrect. Especially if they've been left out a bit, I will cut your throat. Peanuts require... apparently Daunt has very specific things to... very specific bowl-related needs. Daunt. Very specific bowl-related requirements. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. To be clear. A good bowl is underrated. Why are you mumbling about my neuroses in the background? I'm fully aware of my own shortcomings, thank you. I didn't need that. Good bowls and a good spoon. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's, not wrong there. So we'll go there. And then this one. You just keep moving around the country so I don't know where you live. It's fair. I'm fully aware of my own shortcomings. No, I'm not. That's the point of the stream. Do you think I would act like this if I was aware of my own shortcomings? That's an outrageous statement. Oh, ma'am? We tell him his shortcomings. Exactly. I have shortcomings? Yeah, apparently. Not in my opinion. Just in everyone else's. She's been eating a lot last couple days. Gonna have to put you on a diet, girl. That one. I have not gotten very far. Sounded better in your head? Yeah. Good night, Quack. Thank you for hanging out. Liz LaFay, how's it going? Alright. If you're curious, these little floating platforms that I'm leaving, that's where I'm going to have supports for the train, because I don't want it to just be floating. I hate that. I'm currently building trains. Gergs. Trains. Many, many trains. I have to get all the way just on the other side. If you see that like plateau with the tree on it right here, I have to go right next to it, all the way on the other side of the map. So it's going to be a long journey. A long journey. Galdrix, thank you so much for 6 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Enjoy them emotes. Oh. Found your ID last night doing laundry. Oh, that's good. Did you lose it? That's always a little scary. So Whitefoot says the best is when you find it and you didn't realize it was missing. Ooh. Have I tried Inscription? Yeah, I streamed Inscription when it first came out. It's a incredible game. The more you play that game, the more outrageous it becomes. Jonah, what's going on? Inscription is fantastic. By the way, we'll be playing more Terra Nil next week. We got a very early look last week. It comes out on Tuesday, so a little under a week from now. If you haven't seen Terra Nil, it's like the reverse of this game, so instead of destroying the planet, you restore the planet and then take away all the man-made stuff at the end. Which is really cool. It's a really cool concept. It's super chill, super fun. And published by Devolver, so I'm a little jaded. I'm a little biased, because basically everything that Devolver publishes I end up loving, so I'm slightly biased. But it was a lot of fun, and we'll play the full release client next Friday. Searched everywhere for it and couldn't find it. Then last night you went to check your clothes in the dryer and it just fell out of the dryer. Oh, that has to be like relaxing. You want day 9 play it and you were glad you didn't play it? Inscription is weird. It is it's a little bizarre. And by a little bizarre, I mean a lot bizarre. Yeah, Fa, if you haven't seen Terra Nil, it's right up your alley. Really chill. Really cool. Finn, how's it going? Good to see you again. Enjoy those emotes. Played the demo, really nice. Yeah, I'm excited for next Friday to revisit the full release client, and we're gonna have there's gonna be something special going along with it as well that I'll be taking a part of. So stay tuned. It also came out squeaky clean. That's something, right? That counts for something. Can trains go both? Do you need the train to loop, or can it go back and forth between stations? Do you need a locomotive on either end? No one answer that. It needs a loop. Okay. Jufy, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community. Ix, welcome back. Some fool gave me a sub now too. Now you're stuck with me. A few subs have been gifted this week, so apparently people want to see me marry Clint. Of course they do. Listen. How do we make this happen? That would be this guy right here. So we're at 303. If we get to 350, we'll marry Clint. Well, we'll do a one year Stardew challenge. 1 year community challenge. Community center. And I'll install a mod that allows me to romance Clint. Zorlda. Hello. Want to see you have a meltdown when you have to marry Clint? It's not going to be fun. The only saving grace is the mod states that it's bugged. So he still tries to pursue... he still tries to pursue Emily, even after you're married to him. And apparently, because of something in the mod, when you go to get him to crack geodes, his head detaches and sits on the floor next to him, which will be a little bit of saving grace for having to deal with it. Okay. It's a feature. Yeah. Yeah, Paint, I posted the notes from the from the mod. It says when he cracks geodes, his head will be on the floor next to you. Which is, I'm fine with it. So, you know. Well, listen, KatieBot, if I'm going to have to suffer through a relationship, if I'm going to have to suffer through talking to Clint, then I need to take the little bit of solace that I can. Because these are trying times, okay? That's the moral of the story. These are trying times. And you have to take the happiness where you find it. We'll go that one. You take the good, you take the bad. Did you really just drop the Facts of Life theme song in chat, Bopper? You're not allowed to be around, Bob. Mean. 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 Just mean-spirited. Is it finally time to ban Bopper? Maybe. Ooh. I should probably... go to there. How else will Tug relate to people? Hey! Hey! Hey. Mrs. Bob, thank you for gifting Mrs. Garrett a sub. Everyone under the age of 35 has no idea what's happening right now. That doesn't really narrow it down to a single stream, but yeah, here we are. Here we are. At least Bopper's here, at least Fa's here, so there's at least 2 people that are older than me. So I'll take solace in that, you know? You gotta take what you can get. Stop it. See, now you have Wifeboat doing it. Do you understand what you've done? Anyone under 40? No, come on. People under 40 have seen the facts of life, right? 35 is pushing a lot of things. King of Hashtags, how's it going? Good morning. Welcome in. Nesselheim, good to see you. Happy Wednesday. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. You're going to be 40 this year? Seen the facts of life? No. Know what it is? Sure. Okay, you have seen the facts of life. You absolutely have. I know for a fact you've seen the facts of life. Zunder, thank you for gifting Kim Fields. I don't like it here anymore. Okay, but you just watched Cheers last night? Well, there you go. Alright, so let's turn you slightly so you're there. Kind of sneak it over. Who elected you Emperor of the Young People? Galadriel's 33 next week and you love that show? It's not really about age. Like, my favorite show of all time. Don't... Dramatic sigh followed by an, oh god, from Wifeboat. As soon as I said that. My favorite show of all time is Hogan's Heroes, which was before my time. So... Zunder, thank you for gifting Norm a sub. Don't encourage your father, is basically what Wifeboat just said. Which is another classic reference. Objectively, Hogan's Heroes is hilarious. It is. It is. It is a hilarious show. And I will be... Never seen Hogan's Heroes? Oh man, what a show. What a great show. Great show. No, they won't survive. Not hearing... No. 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 No, you listen. Whole guys, how's it going? Mikhail's Navy's a classic too, yeah. Love Mikhail's Navy. The Mikhail's Navy movie they made with, who was in that? Was it Tom Arnold was in that? That was not enjoyable. But the show, the classic show, was quite good. Being disappointed there's no wrestling. Hogan's is great though. All the shows of that era are really fun, but Hogan's Heroes was that was my jam. It's in storage, but I have some Hogan's Heroes figurines Schultz, Hogan, and Klink. They're really nice. I think he did horrible in the movie, but the show is much better, yeah. I mean, it's Tom Arnold, so I don't know what you're really expecting from that. But alright, so I gotta kinda hook this way. I didn't want this to be this wavy, but it's gonna be. And then this guy will go there. Okay. Wings? It wasn't really a Cheers spin-off. But what's his name? Who went on to play Monk. That was his, like... That was his breakout role. Fa, take care, buddy. Thank you for hanging out. It was the same universe as Cheers? Well, I mean, it was, Wings was what? Nantucket? Tony Shalhoub. Yes, thank you, Paint. Ooh, nope. I'm not great with names, so thank you. There isn't really one that's like technically a Cheers spin-off. Yeah. Garden Cat, how's it going? One of the references I've made in this game a whole lot, particularly talking about aluminum, is a Hogan's Heroes reference. Is a Schultz Hogan's Heroes reference. Frasier's also a Cheers spinoff, yes. That's a little bit more of an obvious one. Okay, so we can kind of hug this cliff a little bit. Wait, what? Yeah, Frasier? Kelsey Grammer's character on Frasier's the same character he played in Cheers. Yeah, same character. It's an arduous connection, but it's there. Maine's pride and joy. There you go. I remember seeing an interview with Kelsey Grammer, and he was not into making Frasier. Like, he did not really want to continue with that character, and I forget what happened that made him acquiesce and go along with the show. He really wanted to break away from that character, I think, but then, I mean, Frasier ended up taking on a life of its own. Money. That's probably it. Money. That's a fair assumption. They were going to do it anyway and recast him. That's also probably it. To be fair, I don't think the show would have done... I don't think the show would have made it without Kelsey Grammer. He didn't have any rights or control over the character. That's most likely what it was. Stop turning. I don't want you to turn. I want you to go straight. Which is everyone but Frasier. Right to there. I straightened it out. I wanted it to hug the cliff face, so. Everything in this game is like stick straight, and I don't like doing that. This makes it more organic. Eddie was the pillar of that household. Amen, Zunder. Amen. Oh, I'm out of coffee. I am out of coffee. Alright, tell you what, real quick. I gotta break all this concrete down, and we'll keep going. We're almost to that, well, almost. We're almost to that marker. This track is gonna be a little low. Rail looks like it's been out in the sun. It's an Ohio railway, Doc. Leave it alone. We're heading to that marker in the distance. I don't know if you can see it on stream, but it's way over there. We're probably going to be a little low, but that's fine. We can bring stuff down on belts and whatnot to load up on the train. Too soon. It's also fair. And then we'll loop it back and go past this area and bring it back around to the other side. This is gonna take forever. Absolutely forever. It's an Ohio railway on a Jersey road. Ooh, good God. That's a combo. His first train crashes while you're still here. All right. Okay. Tell you what, I need to take a really quick 2-minute break. I gotta refill my coffee. I gotta stretch my legs. So, real quick 2-minute break. Now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. See you soon. Bridges. A ferry? Why? Why is there a ferry? Okay. I'm getting distracted. LED signs for pizza? Alright. What am I doing? What was I doing? Does anyone know what I was planning on doing? Oh, rope. Rope. Right. I'm good. I'm back. I'm back. Is he dead? Ah! I don't know how this works. Shh, no one say anything. Shh, it's fine. How does this work? Refusing to send anyone home? Yes. I'll have a reason to play later. Nope. Nope. I don't like this already. Nope. This is a terrible game that could only be enjoyed by terrible people. Yeah, okay. We're done. That was fun. Come on. Yes. I might have queued up a grenade.
Lesbomancy.
What is your name? What do you call?
Saskia.
Do you remember what happened?
Listen.
Don't be so greedy. Indulge.
Win
me,
a series of
and
rock,
let me
paper,
return
scissors matches to
fortune
convince the
shall
other
to
party. Put points into charisma to gain an advantage. I'm back. Zunder, stuff it. Julie, how's it going? Happy Wednesday. Ooh, that coffee's hot. Okay. Let's go break this stuff down. There's our hero proving my point. No. Absolutely not. That's gonna be a little wiggle. There's gonna be a little wiggle right there. Let me tell you. That's gonna be a wiggle. How's the building going? I think it's going fantastically. Everyone else is mocking me, so. Unpin that. Zelda, you're supposed to be on my side. The wiggle is to wake up the passengers. Yeah, there you go. I think it caused Bopper to leave. Is that different from usual? You're never on Jersey's side? This is... I'm being bullied. More than usual? I require assistance. So do that one. Since when is Zelda on your side? I don't know. I'm grasping at straws, Doc. I applaud the excellent Papa. You sucking up? What is happening? You're stealing my decorative pillars for later? You're welcome. Nerdy Knots, how's it going? Not that one. Bonks. We got bonks. We've been bonked. Thank you, Nerdy Knots. It's mods creating content. Is that what you want to... If that's what helps you sleep at night, Bob, we'll go with that. Now you're just standing here, so you don't forget to leave on time now? That's... You get to see Granny soon. Aw, give her our best, Nerdy Knots. Please do give her our best. Gaming Granny is a legend in the space, and we miss her. Tug is always more fun to watch when you're annoying. I like the implication, Doc, that there are times where you're not annoying. But yeah. Well, tell her we miss her. Understand. Everybody needs a media break every now and then, so we understand. But we miss her. Oh, her hubby retired. Aw. Well, that's fun. They'll get sick of each other soon. That's fair. That's very fair. One there, then we'll do that one. Nope, not the railway. I don't want to fall to my death. I'm not as high up as I thought I was. At least coming back over to this factory, I think I thought I was going to be much higher up. I'm a regular wordsmith over here. I hope you're all taking notes. You can't get this magic just anywhere. I look forward to being 80, still needing to work, and reminiscing about a time when people could still retire. It's the millennial way, Zunder. It's the millennial way. Wording is hard on a Wednesday? See you. See you. Go to there. Nerdin. 90 and still working, except he retired and is volunteering? No thanks. Also, hi Nerdin. I hope Babe is feeling okay. Hope the whole fam's feeling good. William Shatner's 92 today? Holy. I didn't know he was older than Michael Caine. Michael Caine turned 90 yesterday, I think. Shatner's 92. Wow. Wow. That makes you feel old. Beep, 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 beep. Are there many things that make you feel young? Not anymore, actually. OG Star Trek was in the 60s, so 60 years ago. You know, Darth Saint, you're not helping. Your mother's going to be 88 this year, Julie? Oh. Babe's better, slight cough, but better. Husband's now sick, of course. Of course. This is the way. This is the way. We're closer to 2050 than to 1990. Bopper, I will not just ban you, but I will find you. Haven't felt young since you were 27? I still feel young. I was talking to somebody. You turned 50 this year, Nate. Congrats. Definitely feel old. I was talking to somebody who's around the same age as me, like a year older than me. And we're saying, like, we're too young to feel old, but we're too old to feel young. So we're in this, like, in this, like, mix. This weird spot. That one. We'll go all the way to the end. Get out of my FYP. Dawn, you know full well that we have the exact same FYP at this point, except for creepy doll hands. Although now I'm sure I'm going to get lots of creepy doll hand content. Kids are amazing, but they age you. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's really, like, I think from like 10 or 11 on is when it really hits you. Like, that's when it really hits you. I hear buying a WRX STI solves that middle-age limbo problem. There was a great article, FLCL. I think we talked about this before. It was an article about how millennials are ruining the midlife crisis, basically. Because we can't afford to have a midlife crisis. Our whole lives have been a crisis, so we're not really looking to add on to that. And it was basically looking at statistics for like sports car sales and things like that, and how they've dropped off precipitously. And with the oldest millennials being like people my age, in their early 40s, they should be starting to have those crises and spend money on frivolous things, and it's not happening. Because we just don't have the money to spend. Do you want to know the frivolous thing that I want to spend money on? A house. Had your midlife crisis in your 30s? There you go. Your recent splurge was the second kid. That's very fair. Yeah. Didn't spend a lot of money, just burned your life down. I mean, that's fair. Is that really a midlife crisis, or is that just making your life appreciably better? Still having your midlife crisis and you're just now entering your late 30s. Doo-doo. I think my midlife crisis is going to be, I got an email saying they're starting an over 40 soccer league around here, and I was strongly considering it. And then I got up and my knees cracked, and I realized I probably shouldn't. There's people there. Soccer's non-contact. So my father played competitive soccer in leagues until he was in his 60s. And he had to stop because he broke his neck. It was the third time he broke his neck on the soccer field. Third. If you're keeping track. Third. And he's now in his moving into his late 70s. And I was talking to him the other day, and he's like, I drove by a field and there was some guys playing a pickup game, and I went, no. No. There. We'll wiggle this a little bit. Thank you for the lurk, Nerdy Nuts. Went to someone's house and took their Atari 5200. Play a real sport like rugby or something, right? Never have to worry about her playing sports. Yeah, that's... My daughter's kind of given up. Although, now she wants to... She's been doing lifting class. We enrolled her in a lifting class so she could learn with other kids her age. And the whole class is nothing but girls her age, which is awesome. Now she wants to come lifting with me on Sundays. So, we're starting that this week. So that'll be fun. Get her on the squat rack. I need to play more Genshin and do art. Suffering, Dawn. That's called suffering. So there's 16. Oh, really? It's 13 at ours, but when I go on, like, at open on Sunday mornings, it's just me and, like, the same 6 old guys. So, no one's gonna say anything. And if they do, I'll just tell them to stuff it. No one talks. We talked about this yesterday. No one talks to me at the gym. I've seen the same people there every week. The same days, the same times, every week for 3 years now, and no one said a word to me. It's great. So 7 old guys. Comedians. Surrounded by comedians. Regular chuckle houses over here. Cardio's kind of out of her wheelhouse, yeah. Not for her. No, it's gonna be, what that means for me is that it's gonna end up being a very short workout. So, because she's gonna tap out real early. Generally, my weekend mornings are like, that's like my time, so like Saturday morning, I'll be at the gym for 2.5 or 3 hours, like taking my time, going through a whole bunch of exercises, a whole bunch of sets. But this will be significantly shorter, but it'll be worth it. And then, my kid doesn't have anything on my son doesn't have anything on Sunday, so I'm gonna take him rock climbing. So it'll work out. I won't beat myself up, and then I'll go beat myself up rock climbing. 3 hours usually, because midweek you're restricted to 45 minutes, yeah. Yeah, like when we go on, like, Monday afternoons, it's like maybe 45 minutes, and then you just want to choke somebody. Because it's all high school kids. Again, totally jealous that that's like the thing to do now. But if they could do it a little more spread out, and if they're gonna chat, if they could do it not on the machine that I need. Also, I'm pretty sure, I'm like probably 75% sure that the reason my daughter wants to come with me to the gym on Sunday is that she thinks the high school boys are also going to be there on Sundays. Like they are when she does her class on Tuesday or Mondays. I'm like 90% sure that's why she actually wants to go, so she's going to be disappointed after the first week, so we'll see if it actually lasts. Based on the fact she's already asking me which outfit she should wear for Sunday, I'm going with it's probably that. And it's not my company that she desires. So, it's fine. Good luck. It is what it is. I'm not gonna be one of those dads who is like, here's my shotgun, better have her back. Like, oh, come on. That just makes you want to hide things. That's not me. I'm more the, hey, there's a cute boy over there yelling, hey, and then like going like this to her. Do you want to be responsible for her? Because I'm done. I'm tapped out. Oh. Can you make a roller coaster? Daughter stopped going to the gym because there were other kids there? Yeah, she's getting irritated with the amount of people that are there on when she has to take her class. It's a lot. Like, it's really overwhelming, actually. Don't even think about it. That's where that's the literal trauma story, Doc. We were at the supermarket, and a cute boy went by. She was looking at him, and I was like, do you want me to call him over? And she asked if I was trying to give her literal trauma. Feel sorry for whoever gets you. Yeah. Like, someone's gonna have to be responsible for her. She's not gonna be able to do it on her own. Like, I love her to death. She's one of my favorite people in the world. I would do anything for her. But someone is going to have to take responsibility for her. Because she can't be trusted. That's not... Like, there's a joke, I forget who posted it. Like, if you have more than one kid, you have the one kid who could be left home alone for a week. They would make dinner, do the shopping, do their laundry, all that stuff. And then you have another kid who can't be trusted alone for 10 minutes with a towel. Like, so your kid just having dogs instead of partners? It's fair. My son will take care of everything. We've already told him, like, you might have to graduate early because they're a year apart. Like, you might have to do some AP classes and graduate from high school a year early so you can go to college with her, because can't be unattended. Marry the funny guy, they said, and now your daughter's like, I'm not gonna marry the funny guy. He has a boyfriend. Evidently, she asked him out, and one of the other friends also has a girlfriend. We were at one of my son's indoor games, and she had to come with me, and the team from her grade year was there, and a couple of the boys were there, and she was like, oh, that's what's his name from my class. And I was like, oh, do you want me to like call him over here? And she was like, he has a girlfriend. And I was like, that's early. You're in... And then I was thinking about it, and I realized that I also had a girlfriend at that age. So, there's that. This is a bunch of 5-year-olds. Yeah, not middle school like mine. Not junior high. Ugh. It'll be fine. Wherever it is, I'm gonna have to buy them a gift basket or something. Middle schoolers be wildin', right? Junior high is what age? Basically 12 to 14. 11 to 14. Did I have an anxiety attack there, or did I breathe it out? It was an internal anxiety attack. I was able to keep it internal. Yeah. My daughter's a year younger than yours, Dawn. So. Follow him around everywhere, and he talks on the phone too. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that was the age where, like, back in landline time, my parents ended up having to get a second landline because we were always on the phone. It ended up working out because then we put dial up on the second line too, so then we weren't tying up the actual house phone. We didn't have to get kicked offline because someone picked up the phone. Yeah, we had it in a hallway outside me and my brother's bedrooms. So it was out in the hallway, and the only extra phone we had, Zunder, was an old rotary phone. So that's what it was, with one of those really, 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 really long tangled cords. So you'd grab it from the hallway and put it under your door and shut the door and be in your room with it. Needed the second one to call the local BBS, yeah. Yeah, man. Caught swearing to her friend and got grounded on the kitchen phone? Yeah. Man, those are the times. There was that TikTok that was going around where the girl was basically saying, like, we need, like, a phone line that, like, stays in the house and is, like, shared from everybody, and it's like you just invented the landline. You never had a second line? I mean, we had... With the amount of siblings, It ended up being quite necessary. Still have a landline technically, but no phone attached to it for years. So do you have to pay for the landline over there, or is it just automatically attached? I don't know if is it like TV licensing or something? Because landlines are expensive now. A party line, Captain K? That's cool. Also, Uber, did I say hi to you? Hi. Oh. Second dedicated landline that you had transferred and ported so many times between addresses and carriers that you still have that line to this day as your mobile number. Oh, that's cool. Artie says hello too. Hi, Artie. Had a car phone. It was the size of the encyclopedia. Yeah, we had a briefcase one. Katie bought. Came in like a soft pack briefcase. It was like yay big, and you had to like unzip it and then pick up the phone. Same house number for 30 years now. It came with them when they moved. Yeah, my father-in-law still has the same landline number as when Wifeboat and I got together. Cannot be gotten as a mobile number. As a new line, the prefix is reserved for landlines. There you go. That's cool. This is taking forever. I don't think I realized how far away this was. And I'm now realizing how far away I've gone. Had a phone from the Matrix. One of my friends got those. It got one of those. Daunt, the one that you clicked it and it like slid open like a switchblade knife. And the thing broke like 3 days after he got it. It was so shoddily made. That little flip piece just snapped. Which I found hilarious. His parents did not find it hilarious. At least you can see the beacon in the distance. Yeah, I think I'm going to loop to these. I'm going to have to build a station off of these cliffs right here. Because I'm down below that line, and I don't know. I mean, I guess I could do ramps for the train and bring it up directly to it. But I think I'd rather just ship it, because it's bauxite, right? That I need? Yeah, it's bauxite and water to make alumina solution and silica. So I'm just going to ship the raw bauxite and then process it back at the other plant. So the bottom floor of that manufacturing facility that I'm making is probably going to be aluminum. So we'll bring it into the train station, ship it down through the floors to the bottom level. Then we'll have the pumps underneath bringing water up, so then we can process the alumina solution, which then turns into aluminum scrap with coal, and that outputs water, and then we can make ingots from that with some silica, and then we can make sheeting from that with some copper. Good God. Wanted one of those so bad? Yeah. I wanted one of those Matrix phones too. I had I ended up getting a StarTAC Zunder. Remember that? I still love that phone. The StarTAC was actually a really decent early flip phone. Cause I was managing a rock gym at that point, and it went on so many climbing trips with me. I beat the crap out of that thing. Zorlda, have fun. Have fun at PAX. Take pictures. Lots of pictures. Do 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 do. PAX weekend. For me, no. For everyone else, yeah. Wow. Cool. Bye forever. Yikes. Forever. A Sony Ericsson that had a detachable 0.3 megapixel camera. I don't think I ever had one of the detachable camera. I did get, Wifeboat and I went out when they first came out, the ones that flipped open to the full keyboard. That was mint. We still have those somewhere. We still had them on hand, and my kids loved those when they were little. It clicked onto the bottom of the phone. That's interesting. I definitely didn't see that. I wonder, I don't know if that was distributed in the US then. Oh, a little too far. Opened up sideways like a mini laptop in the middle. Yeah, Zunder, that's the one I'm talking about. Where you turned it like sideways and then it flipped open and it had a full keyboard and a screen on the inside. Absolutely fantastic. We had a couple of those. We still have them. I think they're in one of my kids' toy bins. Because they would use them as toys for a long time afterwards. We still have them somewhere. I think they still mess around with them. The software for it was good, yeah. I bought so many ringtones for that thing. I had... You know what I had on that one? I had my text alert. My... have to pay for every text message, and if you accidentally send a picture, yeah. I had a text alert at that point. That was when Dexter came out, and I had Dokes from the end of season 1. Surprise! As my ringtone, my text alert ringtone, and I was at work, and one of the VPs of the company came by to ask me a question, and I did not have my phone silenced, and as he walked up, it went off. And he was like looked around, and I was like, oh, what? Huh? Huh? What? Yeah, I don't know where that happened. Where did that come from? $10 a month for 250 messages a month. Yeah. Weird kids these days, you know? You know? Kids these days. Yeah, it's from Dexter. I think that was like the end of season 1 of Dexter, wasn't it? That was one of the best. The first season of Dexter was one of the best seasons of TV. When Google Voice wasn't a thing, before they bought a service called Grand Central and rebranded it. You never seen Dexter? Dawn. You should watch through and including John Lithgow's season, and then stop. And you will have nothing but fond memories of that show. It's real, real good. You would enjoy it. The first couple seasons of that show were really good. You haven't seen it either? I still... John Lithgow is horrifying in that show, in his season. The first couple seasons are great, and then John Lithgow's season is... Yeah. Some fries. Yeah. Yeah. You don't think of John Lithgow as a creepy actor, but he does a sensational job. He is terrifying. Like, he is legitimately terrifying in that show. But the first couple seasons are fantastic. Highly recommend the first couple seasons of Dexter. Watch through John Lithgow's season and then stop, because it only gets worse. Like, painfully, horrifically worse. Yeah, I will never, like, for a couple years after John Lithgow's season on Dexter, if, like, Third Rock from the Sun came on, I couldn't watch it because I was just waiting for him to do something horrific. He was so, like, just, ooh. It was really good. No, not the rail. Do not want to dismantle the rail. Did I bring a train back to get back quicker? That would require Oh, I should have done that. That's smart. That's smart. This is it's a wibbly railway. All right, it's fine. It's fine. John Lithgow was the father in Harry and the Hendersons. Is that what you're talking about, Jube? Because that movie, you want to talk about nightmare fuel. That movie is nightmare fuel. Lithgow is one of the greatest villains. Honestly, I would agree with that, FLCO. His character in Dexter was astonishing. They made a Harry and the Hendersons TV show. Doesn't it hold the record for one of the shortest run shows? I was watching, I forget what it was, but they were talking about all of the 80s and 90s movie spin-off shows. Like, they did a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids TV show as well. Most 80 movies are nightmare movies? Yeah. Yeah. Right after, I had chicken pox when Harry and the Hendersons came out on VHS. And we watched it as a family while I was feverish with chicken pox. And I started tripping. I was hallucinating all night about Harry and the Hendersons. I can never watch that movie again. The Harry and the Henderson show had 3 seasons? Really? I thought it was shorter run than that. I know the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids show had way more seasons than it deserved. Underrated cartoon spin-offs. The Ghostbusters cartoon. Absolutely fantastic. Alf or Harry and the Hendersons? Oh, Alf. Alf. I have the craziest phobias of anyone you know. You're welcome. Welcome to my psychoses. It's warm and cozy. There's blankets. And Xanax. Alf was definitely an amazing show. They did a Men in Black cartoon? I genuinely didn't know that. You want to talk about I have a friend who is big into, kind of like Mikey, who's huge into movies and TV and stuff, and we always have like the weirdest conversations. He's the one who asked me the Simpsons question. If you could only show one clip of the Simpsons to try and convince somebody to watch the show, to a short clip of the show to let them know like what the humor and what the show is about, and they could only watch the one clip and make a decision based on that, what clip would you show them, which is a diabolical question. We talked about surprisingly deep lines from weird places, and we both agreed that one of the best lines in cinematic history is Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black. His line about people, when Will Smith asks why you don't just tell people, and he says a person is smart, people are dumb, panicky animals. And that is one of the best, most poignant lines in cinematic history. And it's, I mean, look at the pandemic. It's an incredible and accurate line. Bart and the beer in the paint shaker. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Good writing is everything. Yeah, you wouldn't expect that level of writing in essentially a Will Smith comedy. Still a great movie. Still one of my favorite, like, it's not even really a guilty pleasure movie. The Men in Black movies are just really good. This in real time or something? Listen, I'm going a long way, Dawn. I started over, I'm here. I started over here. So, a Will Smith comic book movie at that, right? How long I can BS about nothing? That's literally every stream, dog. Joanna, running a phishing email sim at work, and I would say that sums up the responses we were getting. Yeah. Monkey Fat, good to see you, by the way. I always enjoy, like, the fact that there are all of these particularly 80s and 90s cartoons that just have, and honestly early video games, that the soundtracks, the opening intros and stuff just slap, and they have no right to. There's no need. There is no need for the DuckTales song to go as hard as it does. There's no need, but it does. There's no need for the GoldenEye soundtrack, the GoldenEye intro theme to go as hard as it does, but it does. Seinfeld is still one of the best. Recently found out that it was played on the synth. It's a very, like, creative song, and it sticks in your head. Yeah, all of those shows, Bishop. Same, Zunder. It plays pretty well. My son and I were playing versus mode. I'm no longer allowed to use Moonraker lasers. And the GoldenEye mode, Golden Gun mode is bull, according to him. So sitting on the pause screen because the music has no business. It was an underfunded. Listen, the GoldenEye game was an underfunded game made by a studio that had never made a video game before. He's right. He's not wrong. I may have also been playing his Odd Job. Which he now knows. He saw a YouTube short of somebody talking about Odd Job. And now he's really mad at me. He's really mad. Rightfully so. But he didn't know. Rare, Holgast, Rare published it. Rare was the publisher. The people who worked on the game had never made a video game before. The people who made the multiplayer had never made a video game before. It was their first foray, which I would have to say was fairly successful. Okay. Let's break down this stuff. God, this is taking ages. I didn't think this was going to take so long. I don't know why I didn't think it was going to take so long. Because I'm circling a huge chunk of the map with train tracks, but the multiplayer was an afterthought, yeah. I mean, the height of GoldenEye multiplayer, Bishop, particularly if you were playing on like Temple, you would know where the next respawn point was. It was the same thing in like Unreal Tournament and stuff. There were fixed respawn cycles. So you would know when you killed somebody where their next respawn point was, and if you were playing like grenade launchers or something on Temple, you could bank it through one of the overhead openings and land it on them as they respawned. Snake rattle and roll? I believe I did, Thunder. Proximity mines at respawn points. Yeah, that's the other thing we're not allowed to play with anymore, is proximity mines. Golden guns, Moonraker lasers, and proximity mines are out. He had enough of my BS. We made it, in fairness, made it like 3 or 4 hours before he lost his mind. Facility DK mode, slappers only. Yeah. I told him we could do slappers only, and he didn't understand what I was talking about, so then we did it, and he was cracking up the whole time. It's like, I didn't know why they were called slappers. Why are we just trying to slap each other? Because it's slappers, man. What you do? Karate chops. He has the patience of a saint, then? Paintball mode was great, too, yeah. How Melee worked back in the day, son. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I'm gonna need to build a big old foundation because we're gonna put another station here, a freight terminal. Have we arrived at the station? We have. Ish. Well, this is the midway point, Jube. This is just the midway point. This is where we're picking stuff up. Then we have to go all the way back. NASCAR 98 had a paintball mode that made people hit spin out immediately. I missed that. That would have been incredibly fun. I still remember one of my poignant video gaming memories is getting PlayStation 1, and the bundle we got came with Destruction Derby, and I remember firing up Destruction Derby on the PlayStation 1, and my brothers and I looking at each other going, this is the most realistic game I've ever seen in my life. It's... We were blown away by the graphics. Do yourself a favor and Google Destruction Derby for PlayStation 1 and take a gander at those polygons. Might spend a night playing NBA Jam soon. Haven't played that in years and has the best commentary. Oh yeah. NBA Jam is incredible. You remember this game? Destruction Derby was outrageous. Wait, so do I have to do a station? Transport the power to other stations. Son of Durrell, how's it going? It's still a great game, yeah. From way downtown. Boom shakalaka. I just want... What I want is a new Twisted Metal game. That's all I want. I want a new, current gen, well thought out, well executed Twisted Metal game. I still maintain Twisted Metal 2 is still one of my favorite games of all time. Black was good, Twisted Metal 1 was incredible, but Twisted Metal 2 just spoke to me on a visceral level. Tournament edition for the NES, or the SNES, yeah. Twisted Metal was pretty great. I mean, Twisted Metal was fantastic. I loved that game. They're doing a Twisted Metal show, by the way, if you haven't heard that. Because, you know, that's the strongest point of Twisted Metal was the lore. Thinking of emulating it recently? Probably do a free-to-play Twisted Metal with paid skins and all. There's been a bunch of... there was a car-based MMO that came out. I forget what it was called. It did not... It lasted like a weekend, and then it shut down. Surprised Rocket League doesn't have a Twisted Metal mode. That could actually really work. One of the things that I was thinking about, if you haven't seen, Epic announced Unreal Tools, Unreal Engine Editor for Fortnite. So basically kind of like what Roblox does, you can make Fortnite modes with their bespoke Unreal Editor for Fortnite modes. And one of the things that I immediately thought about, because they have like the Rocket League cars, they have all kinds of vehicles in there, is making a Twisted Metal mode in Fortnite, which I think would be really, could be really cool. Auto Assault. That's the one. FLCO. Auto Assault was the one. If only you had a train, you'd get back so fast. You shut your mouth. Quiet, you. Can I put a freight platform on here? Or do I have to get the tracks out of the way? Wave Race was great, Nerdin. Wave Race was great. That was a really fun game. Let's just go down memory lane. Okay, we're going to load at this one. Man, this is taking forever. I'm going to have to enclose this because I hate the fact that this is going to be open. Always a Hydro Thunder, man. You played it all the time on Xbox. I never played Hydro Thunder. Cruis'n USA is great. It needs more than just a remaster. Hasn't held up that great. It's still kind of fun. There's a bunch of Cruis'n USA adjacent titles that are really good. I can't think of the names of them off the top of my head at the moment, but there are a bunch that are quite good. So that's 7. 7. 7. And I'm gonna have to get stuff down from up there. Diddy Kong Racing. There's one good car combat game now. What is it, Jude? Because I don't know any of them. Yeah, there's some N64 games on Switch, the Switch Online. There's a bunch of good emulators on there. Give me a 4-player Gauntlet Dungeon. Did you play the re-release of it, Bopper, that came out probably 8 or 10 years ago? Maybe? Rocket League is not cross-out. I haven't heard of cross-out, Jude. Rocket League is not car combat. Depends on how you play. Gauntlet Legends, maybe? It's free to play grindy trash. Oh, well. Why are you getting my hopes up then? I forget. It was basically a remake of Gauntlet. It was okay. It was very... It aligned with the original, but... Yeah. Combat. Me and my friends will just all play Scarabs and try to get demos. That's... Grindy gotcha microtransactions. Gross. That's gross. Valkyrie needs food badly. Yeah. Nothing like an entire roast chicken to get your health back. So I'm gonna have to go back this way. Oh, this is gonna take forever. I have to wind through these hills. Unless I go up and over, but I don't know that that's a great idea. Grossly underestimating the space you need for a train station? Am I? I'll need more area. Each freight only does 1 car. I don't even know how big they are, though. How much do these hold? Not all that much. So... Okay. That's... Okay. Psycho, how's it going? Welcome in. So the station stops the engine, and then each station behind can unload a car. So the question is, how many cars do I think I'm going to have? Okay. So we move this station. Move these tracks. $42 cars. Maybe. You never know. I could. So I'm going to have to redo the other station at the other end of the line, too. I think I'll have enough room at that point, but... So, let me do 3 freight stations. Sometimes you hate me? Aw. Thanks. From a warehouse, I have 5 stations with 4 to 5 freight stations per. Okay. So then I'll do 4. Is there a limit? Buckman, how's it going? Welcome in. I don't know if there's a limit to how many cars can be pulled. 1 locomotive to 4 cars. Okay. Then you need 2 trains. Got it. Are there other resources around me? So I might not need this many at this point, actually. I will need more over there, like over here, over here. So this is gonna, so my train goes from up here, goes this way, through here, around to here, and then it's gonna go back through here over to here, and I'm gonna have another massive station right here, and I'm gonna load a lot, so I'll need 4 stations here, and then 4 stations at the unload. Adding extra lines to be better. Okay. Like, doing... You mean like doing side-by-side rails, Valk? That's what you did. That's not a bad shout either. So because I left the floating platforms, I should be able to then get a second rail running next to these. I should be able to hit those platforms so I could sister up a second rail line following it all the way back. And then I'll have room to expand this way to add more stations if I need to, or just a pass-through for the second line. Because all this is doing is purely pulling bauxite. This entire station is just for bauxite. So if I have 2 freight cars... just for getting bauxite, that should be more than enough. I don't know. Only way to find out is by doing. Alright, so let's put a station. We'll figure it out. That's the fun part of this game, is trial and error. And then tearing it all down and doing it over again. I'll have room to expand if I need to. And I'll eventually close this in. I'll probably make this a big glass dome. Because it'll be fun. So I have room to expand it this way. I have room to expand it that way for a second line. So that should be good. I think that should be good. So if I slap down some empty platforms, say like 2 more empty platforms, so that I make sure I have the space. Then I'll be good. You did not, Dawn. Boom, boom. Okay. That comes in 2 cars. Then we can expand that if we need to. Right? Right. So then this... I want to go straight. £12 standard pricing. You put whatever toppings you want on. That's a good deal. Toppings around here are so expensive. You're talking like $1.50 per topping extra. And with the toppings that I put on, I'm like doubling the price of my pizza. Buffalo chicken, black pudding, and caramelized pineapple. My excitement has faded. Buffalo chicken? Sure. Black pudding and pineapple? Think, we might not be on the same page anymore. Let's go 5 more. Honestly, it was yummy. What is black pudding? It's a thing, is what it is. You put it on a pizza. What is black pudding? A crime. Alright. Come out, and then I want to go straight at the space elevator, basically. I want right there. Right there. Come at me. Scottish black pudding is the best thing ever. We all have our blind spots, don't. Too long? Let me go to there. Then I need to turn just a little bit more. Don't think you've ever heard of black pudding? It's very much a British thing. It's part of like a full English, technically, right? Ooh. Don't let those pizza purists... It's not about pizza purity. Distinct regional type of blood sausage originating in the UK and Ireland. It's made from pork or beef blood, with pork fat or beef suet, and a cereal, usually oatmeal, oat groats, or barley groats. A skeleton surprise attack? Did they yell surprise when they attack you? You got one the last time you logged in? Oh. By the way, the Valheim server, we have moved on to the Mistlands, if you haven't been on. We have Mistlanded. Unlocked the Mistlands. Killed Yag Luth. Just imagine the best thing ever and you're there. I think we have discovered Daunt's weakness. And it's Scottish black pudding. I don't find this surprise attack humorous at all. Terrible. Went from, oh yeah, happy Mother's Day to anybody in the UK who's a mom. I forgot that was over the weekend, right? Got the American one. It came with, wait, pancakes? Wait. I'm sorry, pancakes? Came with chili, coleslaw, cheese, ketchup, and That's not pancakes. That's a war crime. No, that's that's not, we've lost something in translation. Were you in Geneva? Can someone call Geneva? We might need to reference the convention. British pancakes are basically crepes. Yes. But what? I'm concerned. Have people been to America? No. Paint. That's... I'm pretty sure Geneva has a British culinary hotline at this point, so it's fine. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. They have multiple hotlines for crimes against the stomach. Conquered the entire world for spice and never used any of them. Did finish Kato's pancake that had chocolate ice cream and chocolate chips on top. Kinder Bueno pancake. I have concerns. Like the chocolate, yeah. What is, I don't know that I want the answer to this. What is a Kinder Bueno pancake? I'm imagining some chocolate? Hi, C. Welcome to this. Yeah, chocolate, that's fine. A chocolate like a Kinder. Oh, it's a little like a, okay. That's fine. Not chili. Like the Kinder eggs, yeah. We can deal with that. Eating habits seem of a concern. It's more the worry for your people as a whole, I think. It's concern for the greater good, I think. The chili was good. I mean, chili's great. I don't want it on my pancakes, though. Deep fry Mars bars? I mean, that's a hyper American thing too. Go to there. Love chili, love pancakes, not together. Yeah, I'm with you, Guru. Those are two things that should stay separate. I'm a big, like, I'll put everything on my plate in a pile and eat it all together, but there's some combos that I just can't get around. Maybe that could do like a salty sweet, like a sweet and savory combo that I'm overlooking, but I probably overlooked it for a reason. It's probably been overlooked for a reason. You're saddened by this? Chili and cornbread. See, now that I can get behind. I guess, you know what? You know what? If you had a sweet cornbread, that wouldn't be all... I don't know. I love a garbage plate, Bob. Bob, come on. You cannot be a borderline alcoholic in the state of New Jersey and not have a garbage plate at some point in your life. Garbage plate is a godsend. There is no better meal full of 3 a.m. regret than a garbage plate at a New Jersey diner. So you can plan a vacation. Have a good meeting, Guru. Because Jenna Marbles mentioned it before? Oh, man. Garbage plates are great. Garbage plates are basically like everything on a plate. Comboed with eggs. Like, just... You're from the South and you hate cornbread. That's fine. 3 a.m. regret is the sole purview of a Waffle House. See, we don't... Monkey, we don't have Waffle House up here. So... Diner is our Waffle House. Greasy Diner is our Waffle House. Yet another reason why New Jersey sucks. It is a long list. It's a list that needs wider publication so that people stop moving here. You know? How do you know when it's time to evacuate? We don't, Julie Kitten. That's the big problem. You know? You know how to make a shepherd's pie, kinda. Yeah, a garbage plate would be similar to getting a 2 a.m. kebab place. Dawn. Also delis? Oh, man. I couldn't live somewhere that doesn't have a good deli. Like, what do you do if you don't have a good deli? Like, what do you do? What do you do? I don't know how to process that. You wait till lunch for food. No. No. It's just that. See, every place, the garbage plate will be different. It also depends on the time of day that you go and get the garbage plate. It depends on what they've been making. Like, there's some standard fare in a garbage plate. It's going to be over a bed of potatoes. Generally with some eggs, a whole bunch of meat, and different stuff. Sometimes there'll be some scrapple in there. I guess I can't really talk about scrapple in the same time as criticizing blood pudding. So. Number of small diners around that serve cheap basic breakfasts. Yeah. There's something special about like a diner or just a greasy spoon breakfast. I'm not talking about upstate New York. I'm not talking about Rochester. I don't want macaroni salad on my garbage plate. A true diner garbage plate is whatever they've had made up that's sitting in the warming bins and has been sitting there all night festering in its own juices and grease, and they just get rid of it for cheap instead of throwing it out. They put it all on a plate and give it to you at a discounted price because it's 3 a.m. and they don't want to throw the food out. That's the real garbage plate. Well, pasta salad is like macaroni and mayo. See. So. Festering in its own juices, yeah. Absorbing all that beautiful grease. Alright, I finally ran out of steel. Look at that nice straight railway. Took a turn there. This is why you don't chat while you're trying to lay rail. Can I break that segment? Hang on. What if I break that segment and reconnect it? Sounds well marinated, yeah.
Phrasing?
Alright, that's a little less wiggly. See a doctor about the curvature? I said before, I'm just... I'm basing my rail designs on the state of Ohio. Again, probably a little too soon. Probably a little too soon. Bump, bump. Leave that one. Ohio had it come. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. I'm so sorry. Lollipop, I'm sorry. That sounds terrible. There's far too many people from Ohio in my chat. It makes me uncomfortable. You missed the whole Ohio train? Is that a turn of phrase? Or... I don't think, Daunt, that was an intentional joke, and that's what makes it better. Because Ohio had a... there was a train carrying toxic chemicals that derailed in Ohio and basically made an entire town uninhabitable. It was non-intentional, which is what makes it funny. They have train derailments pretty much every week. Yeah. Because someone passed massive sweeping deregulations for the train industry and then bullied the train unions out of good contracts. Wasn't there another one? Yup. Someone. Yeah. Someone. Someone. I bet you could Google someone deregulation and get the same result as if you Googled indictment today. Anyway, turns out deregulation is bad. Okay. Is that town in Ohio or PA that's still on fire 50 years later? Yeah. On average, there's a train derailment every 8 hours. Isn't that great? Can I get back up here? I'm not going to have enough jet fuel to fly back up here. Not as wild as it used to be. Can I drop a ladder? I might be able to drop a ladder. I can jetpack to that ladder, right? And go. The Metro in DC is always proud to report fewer fires than previous years. Just not very specific on the numbers. We've had a lot fewer fires compared to what? Yeah, a lot fewer. Don't think that ladder was OSHA approved? Listen, there is not much about this factory that is OSHA approved. Alright. The new one, hopefully better. This one, not so much. Wow, I didn't get even close. I don't think I'm reaching that. Hang on. There we go. Daddy, how's it going? There's no OSHA in space. No. Get it, get it. Yes. Okay, we're good. The landing on this planet was OSHA approved? Yeah, Darth. The best part is you land on the planet, and one of the things you're tasked with is recovering hard drives from other drop pods. From other people that were sent to the planet and didn't survive the landing. And there's a lot of them. Collateral damage. Eventually someone's gonna live. It's fine. Oh man, doing this for like 2 hours. Lord. I want to revisit Icarus combat. I played it really early on, and I haven't revisited it yet. Bad Wolf, how's it going? We're on our way back. We've gone from here all the way across here, looping over here, put in another train station here, and now we're working our way back. So we still got to loop over here, put a train station in here, and then loop around this way and back to our other train station here. It's fine. Probably not even halfway done. Totally fine. And then I have to go back through and make massive support pillars for said train. So that it doesn't just look like a floating spine in space. Right? Right. Impressive you've gotten anything done considering the derailing conversations. See, I thought you were better than that. This thing's gonna be blasting Crazy Train the entire time. Listen, it's perfectly straightish. It's fine. There's an invisible thing right there that you have to go around. Don't worry about it. Either Crazy Train or Highway to the Danger Zone. Perfectly straightish. Mm-hmm. We're a bad influence on C? Yeah. Yeah. Lana! Perfectly straightish. Me telling my conservative parents about my queer friends. That would be, let's write a sitcom called Straightish. Hilariously flamboyant gay men in a hyper-conservative southern town. It'll be fine. Don't break up your kidney stones. Listen, it's It's a dual purpose train, alright? Like that hasn't been pitched? Yeah, no, that's very fair. There's probably at least 2 pilots of that show out there somewhere. So it's a horror show, yeah. He has no expectations from us. Professionalism, Nerdin. Ash, I have expectations of professionalism. Just like me. Perfectly professional at all times. In all ways. Professionalism in this economy? If I didn't want professionalism, then Mikey would be a mod. Is that it's 100% awkward angles instead of a straight line. I'm going where I want the train to go, Combat. I'm not just going to make a straight line. It's straightish. Again, we've covered that. Every episode, you see him in the background glancing at random dude with bedroom eyes before catching himself. Oh, so it's filmed on location at the Republican National Convention. Nope. If you've ever seen the Onion's news article talking about the Republican National Convention in Tampa, I highly recommend you go watch the video because it's fantastic. Anyway. Your trainer's been on holiday for 2 weeks. How's the gym been going? I mean, I've been going. It's one of the internet's greatest gifts. It really is. And you'd think in recent times they would struggle to come up with parody, but they just keep knocking it out of the park. Deserves compensation for like a lawyer. Leave me alone. I'm going cross-eyed here. We can't make it up anymore. Yeah. Basically, Bob. Did only cardio today for the first time in months. 25 minutes of stairs to hate yourself. That's my Monday, Dawn. And I hate it. 15 minutes on the stair climber and then 15 minutes running on the treadmill. It's terrible. And I hate it. Okay. Real quick, it's been 3.5 hours. I have to pee. So I'm going to take a really quick break. Now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. See you soon. Oh, no. Oh, no. Charge. Go. Is that you? Look at the baby. Where she used the whining. No, you cannot go on my shoulder. You are not a parrot. Ma'am. 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 Why? Why? I don't know why she does this, but this is what she likes to do. She likes to be a parrot. Up here, right?
So, behold, the famous Reginald story. The man with the donkeys. Determination.
Can't believe I'm actually doing this.
True. I
I would so have loved to meet him.
Ah, a statue like any other. A nude chap, nothing extraordinary.
And the genitals? Oh,
That was that was uncomfortable.
That one, and that one. Let's do this one. Do I have to do them in a certain order, or is it I'm missing? Wait, hang on. We gotta go over here. Put on a mask! What happened to your arm? What is happening? Shepard's been doing some yoga or something. What is happening? Oh god, I'm on fire! Why? Son of a... One game. One game. Can we have one game where I don't get put on fire? Shut up! Ed. Yeah, Bronze, I started it about an hour ago. Haha. Hi. Hi, Sunshine. Oh! Alright, I'm back. Why are we talking about me on fire? Stop it. I don't have a fine or fire emote yet, because it would get too much use. I'm not giving you the tools of my own destruction. Has there been a game? I haven't been on fire in this game, Ash. Because I don't think it's possible to be put on fire in this game. I think. Maybe. You'll find a way. It's possible? Is it, Cheresto? Good to see you again, by the way. Oh boy. Well, I don't like the sound of that. I managed it in No Man's Sky. Did I? I don't even remember at this point. You catch fire so many times, they just all blend together. Might be fireproof, but it's not idiot-proof. Well, listen. Listen. Do 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 do. Oh, I haven't even researched them, Darth Saint. That's why. I've been too busy making this perfectly straight train track that I forgot to break down the platforms back here. And I have a lot of breaking down to do. If that is enough. Perfectly straightish. Trademark. Yeah, that's one of the things that I like about the game, Cheresto, is that you can play it like an idle game, particularly in the early tiers and even more so in the later tiers. You just do a little bit, set up a couple lines, and then go do some other stuff for a few hours and come back and you have materials to work with and expand. And then you do it again. Just wanted to derail the progress train. A nuclear bomb in Satisfactory? I know there's definitely nuclear energy and waste. So I do need to focus on finishing the MAM research. I've been kinda... Does it count as fire if it vaporizes you? No. Can you, Daddy? Oh, God. Well, that's not great. Maybe you should research that. Maybe I shouldn't. To know that C is never wrong? It's a strong statement. That's a very... Ooh, that was a bad spot to lag out. That's a very strong statement. Make this a slightly longer gap. You're with Zunder? Don't gang up. Don't try ganging up. It's not gonna work.
Hello.
Salty, how's it going? Why the random blocks left behind? I'm gonna put pillars underneath them going all the way to the ground. Because I don't want to leave the tracks just floating in the sky. So I'm gonna make massive pillars supporting them. Ragnar, how's it going? We're working on trains. Been working on trains. It's taken a while. But we're working on it. But when Nerdin agrees... Alright, listen. Don't start. Nerdin is a bandwagon jumper. So that's not a fair assessment. Wow. Not wow, accurate. Accurate. You can wow all you want. I know I'm impressive, but I'm not wrong. Victory! I think that's the... that might be one of the only times I've ever gotten Nerdin to actually curse at me. I will take that. Your face is a bandwagon jumper? Got him. One eternity later. Look, there's where I started. Way over there. Had a solid minute-long debate in your head whether you should say it or not. They introduced train crashes. I don't like that. Alright. This is going to be train platform. Can you please build faster? I wish. Oop. Imagine needing materials now. I'm going to. I don't think I have enough to make a train station. Oh no, I do. Word. So this is going to be... here I'm going to need 4. So this is going to have to be... like there. And then freight platforms. Oh, I need more heavy modulars. That's fine. Oop. That click didn't go through. There we go. Just use your tug stickers. Oh, nice, Kim. How long it'll take me to crash a train? It's probably going to happen pretty quickly, Ractor. No bet. I'm going to go with it's going to happen pretty quick. Okay. Railway. Let's go get that. Can I put an empty? No, I can't afford an empty platform either. Alright, I gotta go get some things. Is that gonna be too tight? No, I can get around that. How long till I get run over by the train? Let me tell you something. My little tractor, anytime I'm near it, that thing guns the throttle and runs me down. I swear it's targeting me. It absolutely tries to run me down. Understandable? No, it's not. It's very much not. Dot, what's going on? Alright. I'll get some more concrete too. Thinking back to Red Dead 2. Listen, don't bring Red Dead into this, alright? Would actually be a fun troll from the devs, making them slow down or speed up to hopefully hit you. I'm serious. Whenever I'm on this roadway and the tractor is coming, Uli, I hear it rev up. It speeds up. It hits the gas anytime I'm on the road and swerves for me. Look at how just stick straight rail. right there. Look at that. Stick straight perfection. It's not a bug, it's a feature. There we go. Okay. Hoop. I left that ladder up, right? Look at that. Oh wait, did I leave that ladder up? The OSHA violation? Yeah, that one. I don't remember breaking it down, but I may have broken down the platform it was attached to. There it is. I did break down the platform it was attached to. I should be able to still use it, though. Look at that. Okay. I need... The entire playthrough is an OSHA violation? I mean, that's every Satisfactory playthrough is a massive OSHA violation. I need those. I need concrete. I should grab beams and pipes. Probably need some plates. Grab a couple pipes. No, I'm good on pipes right now. I need these pipes. Or not rods, I need pipes. Anyone else feel the long falls? Yeah. I was showing my kid the game last night, and he kept freaking out when I would jump off the top. No, Darth Sane, I don't have the boombox yet. I do want to get the boombox. That's on my list. Put a jump jelly down. OSHA violations are the mission statement? Yeah. Ooh. 9. Do I have any more random crap in there? That's been in there since I started. Got 9 tickets. The boombox is nice, especially when things get crabby. Floodlights, light panel control, billboards. That takes 10 tickets. What do we got here? I don't have Mark III stuff yet. Walls, ramp walls, architecture, road barriers. Might need those. I can also get some different foundation styles. I could get grip metal and asphalt. Or get different roofing materials or a whole bunch of patterns for the floor. Let's grab road barriers. Let's grab How many? That's 7. I got 2 more. Two more metal pillars. Done. Another coffee mug. One for each hand. Can we double fist? You never count on actually getting to go walk yet? Just getting ready and then coming back inside? Yeah. You have to do it over and over, and it never really ends. Don't. Oh, that's... A holster of coffee mugs. A bandolier. Right? With them all hanging down. I can get behind that. What else did I need? I got that stuff. I can make freight platforms now, right? I'm good on computers, good on cable. Okay. Oh, I needed pipes. Forgot to grab some pipes, which are easiest to grab from here. There's a golden mug. I know there's a whole bunch of like statues and stuff you can get to at some point. The coffee doesn't spill, so yeah, you can kind of do whatever. They are a lot of work. They are indeed. It's worth it in the end, though. Okay. Got worse as he got older. Penny's getting better. She's better with me. She does not listen to Wifeboat. She'll only really, like, she'll snuggle with me on stream, and if she's really tired, she'll, like, lay with me on the couch. But she doesn't really, like, lay down and snuggle with me. But she'll snuggle with Wifeboat. But then she will not listen to a word Wifeboat says when they go out. It's pretty hilarious. To me. Not to Wifeboat. But to me, it's hilarious. Walk both dogs at once again? Haven't been able to do it for years. Yeah. That's a good goal. I want to get her to the point where my daughter can take her out, because right now Penny would just yank her down the stairs. Like, she would just go tumbling down the stairs out of the apartment building. Mob mentality? Yeah. Yeah. The dogs we had growing up were brother and sister, which is never really great to get litter mates if you're getting multiple dogs, because then they kind of favor each other over you. And that was always the case with the two of them. If one of them got out, they wouldn't go anywhere. If both of them got out, they were gone. They were like, let's go running, and they would leave. But if it was one of them, they'd be like, meh, I don't want to go by myself. Lays outside the bathroom door and whines until he's out, and if he gets up, she's always right behind him. Yeah, like, she's asleep right next to me now, even though Wifeboat's in the other room. But then, if I want her to lay with me, then she thinks it's playtime. Alright. Look at that. Oh yeah, Izzy would not listen to me. Sorry, Izzy would not listen to Wifeboat. At all. Nope. We took, she did, I had Wifeboat take her to obedience classes at one point to, get her to, like, listen to her and see her as like someone that she needed to listen to, and she was like a nightmare, was always bad.
Just when I think you've said the
in the class and
stupidest thing
stuff.
ever, you keep talking.
And then 1 week, Wifeboat was sick, and I took her to the obedience class. And the trainer came up and she's like, she's a completely different dog. Like, I would recommend, like, she could do, like, shows or something. Jenna, you have a new thigh tattoo, and I love it, but it's really big, and you're still getting used to having a large visible tattoo like this. Mainly because when my dad sees it, he's going to freak. Any advice? Why did you get it? You have to be comfortable with why you got it. If you want to explain it to other people, you have to understand why it is you got it, right? Like, a lot of mine, I liked the design. It looked cool. Like, a whole bunch of mine, I didn't know what I was getting until I got there. And, like, I just sat down and my tattoo artist went, what do you want? And I said, nah, I don't know. You pick. You wanted it. Yeah. There you go. That's it. Why? The better question, not to get too deep into it. Why do you have to explain it? That's all the explanation that should be necessary. You know? Money, yeah. I want to get the rest of my legs done, but money. Okay. So that's 4 freight terminals on this one. Because we're going to have a lot of stuff getting loaded up here. But, oh man, I might have to do 2 lines. I'm not going to do it now, but oof. Gestures at face. Very anti-visible tattoo. That's just like his opinion, man. You know? It's not necessarily about caring what he thinks, but like getting acceptance from someone like that is always going to be important. Wanting their support passively or actively is always going to be important. But when it comes down to it, if you are confident and express that you know why you got it, you know what you wanted, then they're gonna accept it. You know? Like, my father-in-law is not a tattoo person, and Wifeboat is covered in tattoos. And it's just accept it. You get used to it. My point is, the roundabout thing of what I'm basically getting at, Jenna, is that it's not your job to make sure he's okay with it. If that makes sense. It's his job to accept it. It's not your job to make sure he's okay with it. That's not your responsibility. They already hated you before you got it. That does help a lot. There you go. How long is the train going to be? I'm 4 cars. I'm thinking it's going to max at 4 cars, and this is going to be a big... This is going to be a big loading area, so... Tattoos are definitely a generational thing. Like, I don't think my kids are going to end up getting a lot of tattoos. I'm sure Wifeboat and I will encourage them to, like, if they want to, they can. And we'll probably get, like, family tattoos or something at some point, if they're down. Because Wifeboat and I would be into that. But they're not really into it. Yeah. It's just it's an overtime acceptance thing. We'll get there. But again, it's not your job to get him there. You know, as weird and I guess like slightly mean as that sounds, it's not your job to make sure he's okay with it. It's his job to accept it. Definitely not with husband. It is. It's the truth, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jenna. There you go. Why did you get that? Because I want to look cool when I kick somebody in the face. I think your dad could get behind that, you know? You can make it loop back onto the same track. So what I'm thinking, Guru, because I know, okay, I don't want to know if this will actually work. Don't tell me, because I'm going to find out on my own. But I think what I want to do is have, like, using signals, I might be able to have a smaller loop here and then a larger loop to the other one on the same track. Because over here, if I do a split and loop it over here, I think we can ride. I don't know if we can do first person, but anyway, we'll find out. I don't know if that'll work, but we'll find out. Highlight, Prella. If it ever gets done. Let's see. Yeah, there you go, Bishop. Why did you get that? Because it looks cool when I kick somebody in the face. Oh. Alright, yeah, I can see that. Mm-hmm. 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 Person you played with did, and now your world has trains but nothing connected to it. A track merger may be another unlock. Oh, is it in the MAM unlock? It's not a milestone unlock. I don't remember seeing that in the milestones. Is that a research one? Mergers are unlocked already? Can you only put these on... Empty platform. Almost missed the utter confusion over signals. Well, I want to know if I can... Are splitters and mergers a separate... Paint Chip's a good person, even with what... That is a legit... Merge onto a track. It cannot happen close to a station. Okay. What is the radius of not happening close to a station? Just need to make the track connect to another point. Oh, hello, doctor. Okay, So it's at a point. Sweet. Okay. 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 I can mess with that. All right. Cool. Got it. It's at one of the end points of the rail. I can put it. So like here I can put one and split it out. Too sharp of a turn. Your face is too sharp of a turn. Anyway. The side you split on is also weird. Okay. So it's what side I click on. Okay. So what I want to do is if I go off of that, then I can go out, loop it. Where's another platform? Anyway, I can basically take that and loop it around and make it connect up over there. So I can have a smaller circle here that runs a train connecting to this guy, and then I can have a train running all the way out for the bauxite on the same line and come back. It's a terrible idea and you're all for it. Good. This is getting very complicated. I don't even have the stuff for this to do things yet. Text filled with Linkin Park song titles. Boy. Boy. Alright, anyway. Work to do. Work to do. And that means getting back this way. I may end up splitting the line and going that way. Because I seem to remember there being stuff over there that I want. But for now, I'm going this way. Have to run to a meeting and you just found a song you're gonna do? That's great news. Have I mentioned that that's great news, Nerdin? Have I? Stop it right here when the train flies off the end. It'll be fantastic. It's fair. Alright, let me grab the track. It is great news. It's Nerdin, it's sarcasm. I know sometimes it's difficult to grasp, but that was sarcasm. Why are you being so mean to Nerdin? I'm not. Why are you being so mean to Nerdin? Wish train tracks were less wonky? They do tend to wiggle a bit, huh? They do like to wiggle. Literally nobody else is being mean to Nerdin but me. Okay. And? I love that that's an account. Paint, thank you for gifting a sub to Stop Being Mean to Us. I'm sure that's gonna work. I'm just gonna build this into the cliff here. No tug bully. Stop it. Stop it. Why don't we have a tug bully emote? Why would we have one? It's you bullying me. Constantly. It's like half of what I talk to my therapist about every week. I almost got that out with a straight face. I almost made it. Are you proud of me? I almost got that whole sentence out. I'm sorry he treats y'all this way. Zunder, shut your... Tug gaslighting. So I was bullying chat and they were so mean to me about it. Someone just made that account. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Tug Mean TV. Thank you for making that account. I would set myself on fire with a gaslight emote. Okay. You know what? Account created in 2021. What? Was it preemptive? It's weird that it's still March of 2020. Yeah. Thank you for the gift sub, Anonymous. Stop being mean to us is a project manager. Back then, the same conversation happened. Possible. Okay. Hey, we're only, what, 44 subs away from you all forcing me to marry Clint in Stardew. So, stop picking on me and think about that. Eh? Yes, that was very well done, C. You should be proud. I'm proud. You should be proud. Patch. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Another witty name tag. Mrs. Gimli, Psych, Astra, Games Dean, welcome in. Waggly Shrimp. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. What a fantastic handle. Waggly Shrimp is my new favorite username. Liprella, thank you so much for gifting Yabirdo a sub. Yabird, welcome in. You know, you're a 90s kid. There's a clip about that, Patch. I got so much crap for saying handle the other day. I forget what we were talking about. But I said handle, and everybody lost their minds. What's wrong with handle? It's apparently an antiquated phrase. Everybody uses username now, not handle. Waggly Shrimp was your nickname on your honeymoon. FLCL's on fire today. Called in a handle instead of a username. Yeah, that's the clip. That's the one. Yes? Yes. It's a silly question, but thank you, yes. Is it a pound sign or a hashtag? It's a hashtag now, but I called it a pound sign forever. Wifeboat singing "Tell Me You're Old" without telling me you're old right now in the background. If you're wondering if all of this stops when I stop streaming, the answer is no. It just gets worse. Anyway, she's the best. Don't encourage her. Isn't she the same age as you? Yes, she is. Hashtag gets my goat. The letter is a hash sign. Hashtag is an entire word. The phrase is no cap, cringe, sigma. Tell me you're a zoomer without telling me you're a zoomer. You know what's funny? That's like elder zoomers now, Uberto. Because younger zoomers don't use any of those. And they think that's cringe. Both of my kids are they're younger zoomers. Yeah, yeah. Higgins! Mags, thank you for the Higgins biddies. Freaking Higgins. I need to kind of loop a decent way around. Because I want to leave room to expand that train station. Because it's going to have to get bigger. Aziz Light. This is why I don't talk to people? Yeah. But one of the things is, why does it turn like that? I could have gone straight. I mean, that's so much harder than it has to be. Tark here. I'm going to go put on a VHS and my 8-track. All right. All right. Got some of your favorite movies on VHS? Wifeboat wants to know how you play them. I can't tell you the last time. When's the last time we had a VCR? Family friendly. I can't beep it out when you're yelling it across the room. You don't even have a TV. Why do you have the VHSs? VCR is plugged into a tiny TV on top of a giant wooden TV that's too heavy to move. That is the American way. Did you even grow up in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s if you didn't have a working TV that sat on top of a broken older cabinet TV? Pretty sure my first concussion was rage pulling the NES off of that TV, which then toppled that TV down onto my head. When TVs were just pieces of furniture? Yeah. Tarna, welcome back. How's it going? I'm still making train. Ash, Wifeboat is family friendly. Whose family? Thank you for the biddies. The first of my many concussions. I'm pretty sure I was talking to one doctor at some point. I'm fairly certain I've had 7-ish concussions that I can pretty reasonably look at and go, yeah, that was a concussion. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't make a lot of sense either. 7-ish is the correct way to count concussions. Had a cabinet TV that the TV sat on. Yeah. Yeah. We had a TV that was like, it was built into a cabinet and it was broken. And we moved it to 3 different houses. It was broken. 3 different houses, but we still just used it as a TV stand to put the working TV on top of. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Three car accidents, 1 horse accident. What are you talking about? Like, oh, concussions? Was it a really nice cabinet? No, it really wasn't. That's the best part. Horses are dangerous? Yeah, they are. Oh man, I have so much to do still. Oh yeah, Guru. It was really well made. See like 5 bikes parked outside a house? Yeah. The gang is in. You can also fall off horses. Super easy, ask me how I know. Speaking of things explaining things. Do. Did you just call me a thing? No. You're something. You're a delight. With the shirt to prove it. Are you singing to me? Is it time to go out? You're very pretty, I know. Finally get Jax out on a walk, and an off-leash dog with no recall meets us 3 minutes. Ugh. Well, I love when, like, the people who do that then, they're like, no, but they're really friendly. It's like, that's great. Mine's not. I'm super happy for you. Recall your dog. And how do you have them off leash if they don't have a good recall, right? Isn't Thing the name of the hand on Addams Family? Yeah. Doesn't that make you 2 things? That's fair. Alright. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time, and Moifboot's making me lunch right now, so I'm gonna go do that. So that's all the time I got for today. So listen, I will be back on Friday. Next Satisfactory stream is going to be on Monday. I don't stream on Thursdays. Friday is Flex Friday, where we play like little indie games or something new or different. We're going to play something this Friday that I don't think anybody here has played. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. So thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for the subs and bits, and thank you again to Drongo for the raid. I really appreciate it. I will see you all at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday for some indie game fun. So make sure you hang out. We're going to raid somebody, spread that tug love, spam some emotes, let someone else know they're appreciated. So until Friday, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday. I hope you have an even better Thursday. I'll see you bright and early on Friday morning for more games. So until then, as always, as ever, remember, be good to each other. Bye, everybody.